happy. Ready. Okay. Yes, thank you.
So as I said, so here, so I try to gather some information about this process of urban heat island and its interaction or interplay. Yes. So this interplay between the urban heat island and the heat wave. So this is one of an example of the compound. You remember I told you in the previous presentations that future climate will bring more and more often this compound extreme event. So where you have, for example, heat waves and drought. So now we are starting to work on this compound. What is the impact of this compound on cities? Because on cities, you will not have only drought and heat waves, but you will have also urban heat. Okay, that should be taken into account also during this, if you have a compound. But here I just, we will just cross some result that has been published all over the world of this interaction between the urban heat island and the heat waves. So yes, so this I already explained you last time, that you have the urbanization and you have the global warming. And the interplay is how this urbanization can interplay with the global warming. So you have the urban heat island and it can interact with the heat waves, for example. How this impact interact, and is there a positive or negative, but I already explained you this. So the first example that I will give you is the one that I study for Brussels, so where I live. And here, as I told you, so we have observation and we have model. And then we wanted to know, during the heat waves, if the urban heat island gets bigger or less during the heat waves. Because this is very important. As I told you, the urban heat island during summer is good. We don't care, so it's nice. But our problem is that when you have heat waves, because then the urban heat island, you can have a lot of impact on mortality, morbidity, admission to hospital. So how the urban heat island interplay with the heat wave, and we found that it intensified. You will see. So this is Paris. If you look here to the bottom, so this is a paper that I published quite a long time. So here this is Brussels, okay, and this is the center, and this is during the night. So this is a model, our model that we run over the city. And you see that the urban heat island during the night, this is night, is about 1.6 degrees if you compare to the surrounding. So here we have forest. And during the day is less. So you remember the urban heat island during the night is much more higher than during the day in ours. And this is what I asked you last in the tutorial session to do is to this is for Brussels is per month. You see that how we have the urban heat island every month. Okay, because it's not dependent on the season, it's dependent on the weather type. So if you have an anticyclonic situation, it can also occur during the winter. So you can have also urban heat island. But so this is how it evolved during the month. Okay, during the night and during the day. So we wanted to know during the heat waves. So we are lucky because we have observation inside the city and outside the city. And so here you see so this is a mean over 30 years. So this has been published in 2016. And this is from the observation, okay? So the value of what we call the background urban heat island, okay? The background, the blue value. And then here what I put in red is when we have a heat waves. So when a heat waves occur on Brussels, you can see that what we found is that when we have a heat wave, you see that the urban heat island get intensified. So this difference between the city and the urban is not the same, because you can say, okay, even if it's a heat wave, this difference should be the same. But in fact, no. There is a synergetic interaction between urban heat wave and urban heat island in the sense that if you have a heat wave, this heat wave will affect a lot, will affect not a lot, will affect differently the city and the rural area. And I will explain you this why. So this is from our model. You can see that the simulation, we can reproduce this, but the extreme are not that extreme. So the model is still cannot reproduce how the urban heat island intensify. So when you use model, you should be careful that maybe, this is known, that model are not very good in reproducing the extremes. So you should be very careful when you use model that, yeah, maybe your extreme in the model is not that extreme. Yes, so before going to this, I will explain you why. And the reason why the urban heat island during heat wave get intensified, because during heat wave, we found that the sensible heat flux will be higher in the city because you have heat waves, so you have more heat. So this heat, this energy, extra energy during the heat waves will be used as sensible heat flux. You remember the sensible? So you will have a more exchange of heat. So it will increase the sensible, more temperature. But for the rural area, the heat waves will not increase the sensible, but it will increase the latent. Because you have more, all this extra energy will be used by the soil to evaporate. This is if you have a lot of water. So if you have excess of water, this is our case, is that you see the heat waves impact the city differently from the rural, because in the rural is the latent. So this extra energy is used to evaporate more. So if you evaporate more, the rural area get cool more. So that's why the difference will get like this. So it's intensifying, okay? So this is what we found in Brussels. And then I found this yesterday, this paper by Lei Zhao, so he's working in USA. And what he did, so he investigates this intensification for USA, so you're here, and for different background climate, because for my city is temperate. So Brussels is temperate climate, okay? And then he investigates, and his team, they investigate the intensification for all these cities here. So you have temperate in blue, like Brussels, and you have also dry, okay, here, and you have also continental city, this green city. So he used a model, climate model, to investigate the interaction between the urban heat island and heat wave in these 50 cities in the United States and their current and future warming. Because what I show you, it's only under what I did for Brussels was only during the present climate. So he investigate also, but he used climate model. So we should be careful when we use climate to reproduce this interaction. Sometimes the process are not well parameterized in the model. But we will see what he found, what they found. So if you look here to the D time, they found that the difference in the increased urban, so here, let's look here. So they found, for example, here you have the D time, okay, and you have the night time. So this is during the day, and this is during the night, and this is the current climate, and this is the future climate with this scenario, okay? It's a middle scenario, and this is in the far future, but with the high emission scenario. So the business as usual. So, and this is the day, and this is the night. So what has been found is that the difference in the increase of urban versus rural evaporation and enhanced anthropogenic heat emission, air conditioning, during heat wave are key contributions to the synergetic effect during D-time. So they found that there is a synergetic effect during D-time. So the urban heat island get intensified during D-time. And this intensification is due to the enhanced anthropogenic heat emission in the urban and then the enhanced evaporation in the rural area. So this is the same, like the process that we found in Brussels. And at night, the enhanced release of stored and anthropogenic heat during heat wave are the primary contribution of the synergetic effect. So they found also that there is an intensification of the urban heat island, and it's more or less the same process that I explained you for Brussels. But, so yes, but what I wanted to tell you here, but I think it's for the dry, but because he did this for, yes, for dry and for temperate. So what we found here is that if you look, for example, let's look to the dry, okay? The dry cities. So it's the blue. So this color. So the blue and the red. And let's compare, for example, during the night time here, for example, the night time, and let's compare between the current and then the future climate. Okay, you see that what they found here, it's let's look, for example, this is during the day. Yes, during the day. The day, I think, yes. So in fact, you see that there is an increase. You see, between the current climate and the future climate, it's a big intensification. So they found that for the dry climate, this intensification will get bigger. They found that for the dry cities, in the present climate, there is not a big difference between heat wave and non-heat waves. But in the future climate, you see here, the difference between this and this. In the future climate, these dry cities, the impact of heat waves will intensify much more the urban heat island in dry. So there is an impact in temperate climate cities, but the impact is much more higher in the dry cities in USA. So let's investigate also in Beijing. So this is, but as I told you, this has been done by a model. So in the model, you really, as I told you, should be careful because maybe some processes are not well represented for this interplay. So what they found here, what they try to discuss this or to investigate this in Beijing using observation, okay? So they have two towers. You have one in the city here, you see that is urban in Beijing, and then another one in this GIAN. So it's here, it's more rural station, okay? And so this is observation, right? Okay, so there is no model. And so this study analyzed observation from two flux towers. So you have the temperature, but you have also the flux, because then we can investigate if this impact of surface fluxes are really good, because we have the observation. They have the observation on surface fluxes. This is very important. So if you have this tower, flux tower, you can get this observation. And this reveals significant difference between the response of urban and rural, and here it was cropland ecosystem to heat waves. So they found also that the heat waves impact differently the city and the rural area. So let's look to this graph. This is the difference of temperature at 8 meters, okay, 8 meters, and this is the difference at 30 meters, so a little bit higher, but it's more or less the same. So let's focus here on the 8 meter. So the blue is the urban heat island during the background. So it's a background situation. You see that, and this is the time. You see that this difference, we don't retrieve this curve like this that I show you. So it's more flat. You can see that the urban heat island in Beijing is a little bit, seems to be flat, so taking these two stations. But what they found is that during the heat wave, so it's the red. Okay, during the heat wave, the urban heat island get intensified. So during the night, a little bit during the day, but mainly during the night, the urban heat island was intensified. So it's also intensification. And since they have all the radiation and energy balance, they could investigate why. So they say that the urban site receives more incoming shortwave radiation and long-wave radiation due to the heat wave as compared to the rural site. And this results in a larger radiative energy input to the urban surface energy bands. What they found? They found that during the heat waves, the urban receive more solar energy than the rural area. So you have more solar energy. Why? Maybe because in the background, you have more aerosols. So if you have aerosols and you have activity, so the solar radiation will decrease. But during the heat wave, it seems that you have more solar energy that can reach the urban area more than the rural area. And so this is what you can see here. So during the heat wave, you have more in the urban than in the background. And then they check also now the energy balance. They found that the change in the turbulence heat flux also diverges strongly for the urban and the rural side. The latent flux increased more significantly at the rural side due to abundance of water, available water, while sensible heat flux and possibly heat storage increase at the urban side. So we can check this here. You can see that for the age, it's more the urban here. You have more urban, more sensible in the during the heat wave, and then for the latent, you have more evaporation in the rural side. Okay, so it's confirmed more or less what we found in Brussels and in the temperature is that you have during heat wave you have difference. Heat wave impact sensible heat in urban, and it impact latent heat in rural area, and this intensify. Okay. So let's look now to a literature study. So this study, it's a review study. So it's not only in one site, but it's different. So they look to different papers in the literature, and this is all the number of papers that they found. So this is article per country. So we can check here for India. So I think that here it was between 1 and 2 papers that study Indian cities and how they. But again, you can see that, for example, for the Africa, it's less. We don't have a lot of papers coming out from Africa on. So it's always America, Europe, China, and here India. So and Australia. So it's for the next IPCC report, it will be really challenging for us to get information from Africa, because we need some more information from this country. Okay, so they found also, so this is general what they found. So this is what they found here, is that the urban, during heat wave, so the urban heat island get intensified. So they found that from different papers that they analyzed, they found that the urban heat island get intensified. And why? So there is an increase in long wave radiation due to pollution. Okay. They found also that the excess sensible heat released by building material, like I just showed you, that the heat waves increase the sensible. They found that you have a decreased turbulent transfer. Why? Because you have less wind. When you have heat waves, the wind is less. So if you have less wind, you have less mixing. So if you have less mixing, it's more hot. Okay, so you cannot mix with the air. And then also increased anthropogenic heat emission. Why? Because during heat waves, a lot of people use air conditioning. Okay, if you use air conditioning, you have more anthropogenic heat which go to the, which is released. So it will warm. We did this exercise for Paris, and they found that the air conditioning that is used in Paris, it can increase the outside temperature by 1 degree. So during heat waves, if you use anthropogenic heat, you will just exacerbate the temperature, it will be more. And also decreased evaporation loss. Why? Because this is in urban, not in rural. So you have a decrease because already you don't have evaporation in cities. Okay, so it will still decrease this. And voila. So this is more or less all the process that has been found. And they found that the amplification of urban heat island during heat wave period cause a rise in ambient temperature up to 5 degrees. So they found an increase in temperature. Now, I checked also in the literature, but there is other papers that found that it's not an increase. They found, in fact, a decrease or the same. And this was in this tropical city, Singapore. So, and here it's by observation. So you have an observation here. Here, this is the city, this station. And then you have an observation here. It's rural. It's considered as rural. So you can see the difference. This is the urban, should be somewhere here. And then the rural area. But you see that we have also the impact of the ocean. So tropical climate. So they did not find any difference in the urban heat island during heat wave and non-heat wave. You can see that this is the pre, it means before the heat waves. HW is during the heat wave, and post is after the heat wave. You can see that the three curves are more or less the same. So they did not find any difference between urban heat island with or without heat wave. So yeah, but it's tropical. I think that is tropical climate. So it has not been investigated, and it's also, I think, related to some ocean impact for this city. Okay, now let's focus on India. And I found a recent paper by Kuma and Mishra, but this is surface urban heat island. So it's not air temperature, okay? It's the surface. It's the surface urban heat island and how it evolved during heat wave. What they found, so this is, so this is using satellite, right? Using satellite data. And so they make this study over Europe, Asia, North America, and Australia. Let's focus, for example, in Europe. So the point here which are red means increase, intensification. Intensification of the surface urban heat island. So the surface urban heat island get intensified during the heat wave, which is consistent with what we found in Brussels here, and also which is consistent what has been found for the temperate cities in Europe and then also in US. But let's focus on India here, for example. So they found that in majority of all the cities, you have summer, but majority is blue. It means that in India, for example, they found that the surface urban heat island did not intensify during the heat waves. And so this is what they put. Surface urban heat island surrounding non-urban area are warmer than, so the surrounding non-urban area are warmer than the urban area, okay, during heat wave. Why? So here in India, they found that the surrounding of cities is hotter, get warmer than the city itself during the heat waves. And this is due to absence of vegetation. So they found that when you have heat waves, this is maybe due to the monsoon, you don't have vegetation around, and the fact that you don't have vegetation, this will not impact, so the rural area get warmer than the city. And you have maybe also irrigation, some irrigation in the city, so which make this, this difference. So you see, in India, it's more or less cooling of the surface urban heat island during the heat wave. But I did not find, for the air temperature, I did not find papers. So this is only the surface urban heat island, okay? And voila, so that's it. Thank you very much.
Is there any question? I have a question.
Please.
When we see the surface temperature, because there are high rises, because of the shade factor, the surface temperature might decrease. That's why we see a very different scenario in India. In case of semi-urban, where the surface temperature is higher, and in urban, where the surface temperature is lower. Secondly, because it is a satellite image, when is the image taken?
Yes, it's a very good idea. I did not check, I think, but yes, I think here they are talking about nighttime.
Okay.
Yes.
So in that case, the shade factor won't work.
No, normally no, yes.
But in urban cases, if the high rises are
Yes,
because of the shade factor.
I agree with you. Because when you have satellite, when you use satellite data for the city, you have shading effect. So sometimes the satellite, we don't know exactly what the satellite sees. Because you have the shading, you have the 3D geometry, so it's very difficult to understand the surface temperature in an urban area from satellite. It's very difficult. It depends also on the local climate zone, and so it's very difficult. So you have also this shading. So you might have, yes, you might have less temperature due to the shading in the city than in the surrounding, in the rural, because it's open.
But in that case, won't it be better to assess that if the temperature is increasing with the height?
Yes, but I don't know if satellite can give this. This is if the satellite can give different levels.
Can only the surface.
Only the surface. So that's why we need observation. If we have air observation, then we can, at 2 meters of canopy, then we can compare. We can get some relation between the surface and then the air.
Because in one of the conferences that I went, the person who was investigating something in a very arid scenario
Yes.
of India, that is Rajasthan, Gujarat, Ahmedabad, she said that with negative correlation between the increase of height and temperature. That is, if you increase the height, the temperature
Gets lower.
Yes, but
Yes.
that is a very different scenario than what we know. That with the urbanization, city is supposed to heat up more.
To be more, yeah. But as you said, you have also the shading, you have, it's different, it's very complex, the surface temperature in city. It's really complex. And if you add on top of this the irrigation in city, because in dry environments, in city we use irrigation to cool. So what the surface temperature could be also less in city than the surrounding. So it's, you have also this effect. You have effect of shading, of irrigation, if you use irrigation in city. Also the 3D geometry of the shape of the building in city with the shading, with other impact can really impact the surface. It's very difficult to understand this with the surface. Yes.
So when we deal with one of the sensor, when you are having a thermal sensor, so it will always have a time to cross the particular place or location. So when you have different dates, but the time is same, so that also will give you a difference.
In that case, I really want to ask this. Because of the geometry of urban areas, the interaction of any surface with the sun, isn't it increasing with the increase of height? So here we have a ground and the sun is coming, it's falling in the surface. But as soon as I have height, because it is interacting with geometrically, so because interaction is more, the reflectance and everything becomes more, and that is going to create urban heat. With increase of height, shouldn't the urban heat island should increase?
For the air, it increases. Yes. For the air,
It should increase.
it increases the urban heat. Because normally you said, when we put a higher building, you have shading. But in fact, you have the shading, but you have also the storage. For the surface which
now with this particular land, and I have sun coming over here, with more
yes. And then the storage is higher. And then during the night, the release is
So it
higher.
will be more.
So it will be more.
Surface, wall will also act as a surface, roof will also act as a surface, so surface area will increase.
not just
Yes.
and yes, wall and different facades of wall.
Yeah, definitely.
Because my sun is not just going to fall in this wall, it's going to fall
All
on
the
this
sides.
and this.
Yes.
So then you have to really focus on the larger part of the area and then collect the data and then you cannot have a small scale study and then and other things, the location wise also it will change. That will change.
And also,
We have like
and also with the cloud cover.
Yes. In fact,
So that means that is what local conditions of that particular area and time. In fact,
here just to say to the student that the urban heat island is not the same during heat wave and not heat. It changes also because the heat wave affects differently the rural and the urban. This is the message. Yeah, there is a synergy. But it's still debate. Is it? We found that a lot of scholars find increase, like we found. But some, as I showed in Singapore, we found also that it will not increase. So maybe we need to do some research in the tropical region, tropical cities, to see if the urban heat island, how the urban heat island gets during the heat wave. And now we are working on compound. So we are combining drought, heat waves, and urban heat island.
टेढ़ा है। कोई उनका एक लेक्चर माइक लगा दो।
नहीं
अरे वो अभी वो एम पी आके बोलेंगे, वहीं आके बोलेंगे। रिकॉर्डिंग
I would now like to invite Dean Faculty Welfare Professor Alka Bharat upon the dais, HOD Civil Engineer Professor Mukul Kulshresthaji upon the dais, and in charge HOD Professor and Yogesh Garg on the podium. Okay. I would invite Professor Karunesh Kumar Shukla, Director Managed, to deliver his speech on Indian knowledge system and its contribution to mitigate climate change in our subcontinent. Please.
Hello. Hello. I think it's okay. So, good morning. I've been asked to give a lecture on climate change and mitigation with respect to the Indian knowledge system are, I'm not the expert of this, and I'm not going to give a talk on this perspective. Whatever I little bit know, in couple of minutes or 10 to 15 minutes, I will just discuss with you. And then, in fact, we have the experts in this area. You will listen to them. In the inauguration itself, I said that the climate change due to urbanization or impact of urbanization on climate change and to mitigate the climate change, this we as the planners, we as the technologists or architects, we have to think over it. How to mitigate the effect of urbanization on climate change. Because we cannot think of today's, we cannot discuss anything in today's perspective, but we have to think what is going to happen of 30 years down the line or 50 years down the line. And whatever the planning we are going to have, the comfort or the aspects of the future generation has to be kept in mind. So with this view, I know that the experts from different fields, they have given or they have shared their ideas and wisdom with the participants. Coming to the climate change, and if you talk of our Indian perspective, in fact, a lot has been talked in our Sanatan Dharma or the Rig Veda or the different Vedas. Even you talk to the Ramcharitmanas or Bhagavad Gita, a lot has been said about this. Few days back, I was reading some article. There, in fact, our rishis, they have talked about the multiverse. Now, scientists are saying that beyond one universe in which we are living, there is more universe, many more universe. So is the case if you talk about the climate and all those things. Rig Veda has said so many things about it. How to conserve the climate, how to conserve, basically the basic philosophy is how to conserve the mother nature. That's how in our philosophy, it has been correlated with some religious activities. This is we who call the earth as our mother. And if you call something as our mother, then definitely you have to love and respect her. The first step in conserving the climate is to respect itself. We have been doing puja for the different things altogether. We worship sun. That's the source of energy. You know that if there is no sun, there is no sunlight, then we can't expect the life on the earth. So for very existence of the life on the earth, sun is important. We also worship moon, and it has been proved that some disturbances in ocean that is related with the moon, and that we knew it. We also worship, on that day I said that even our body is made up of 5 elements. We also worship the Vayu, we call it as the Vayu Devta, Agni Devta. Jal, we have called it as Devta. So we knew, our rishis knew that if you have to survive on the earth, then we have to keep the air pure. How can you keep the air pure? So they have been doing different yajnas. The basic philosophy, though it has been correlated with the religion, but the basic science behind that was to keep the air pure so that you can breathe it. You know that after World War II, in Japan, there was the problem of the fresh air. Even there was the outlets where people can go for 5 minutes by paying some money and they can take the fresh air. So that is the important. We cannot survive without air, we cannot survive without water, we cannot survive without sun. These are the three major ingredients for the very existence of our life. That's how in our Vedas, in our religion, it is being worshipped. So our concern is to keep the air pure. That's why now in coming day, in recent science, we are teaching about the air pollution. But are we teaching also how to keep the air pure? What are the different things? We are discussing about the different aspects, how the air is getting polluted. Even in recent days, you have heard at Delhi that the AQI is beyond 500, you cannot breathe. Even if you are breathing, then you are taking around more than 20 cigarettes a day. So that is directly affecting your lungs. The basic philosophy, then what the measures the government has taken is stop all the construction activities so that there is no dust in the air. Because during the winter period, the particles they don't go up. So they are within the sphere where we are breathing it. So other activities, you don't drive the vehicles and all those things. Based on that, we are going for the e-vehicles and so on, so many things. So these are the preventive measures that you can keep the pollution at lower level. But in fact, as the topic suggests, you have to go for the urbanization. You cannot stop the construction activities. You cannot stop the vehicles on the road. As the quality of life is increasing, and it will increase day by day, the need of the different gadgets is directly proportional to the quality of life. On that day also, I said that the rate of urbanization is directly proportional to the quality of life. So you need every gadgets in your household. Each individual need a house. Though there are talk that are we going for the houses or buildings that require zero energy. In that sense, people are working on the life cycle energy analysis of the buildings, that the net sum of the energy required in a building, it should be zero. But theoretically, it's okay. But practically, is it possible? Because any building you are going to construct that requires certain material, and any material, whether it is natural or made in the laboratory, man-made, it requires certain energy to be manufactured. Even you take the stone from the quarry to the site, it requires energy. Either it is required in breaking or transportation. So every material has certain embodied energy. So indirectly, energy is being utilized for that materials. Then comes to the construction. Now, most of the constructions are automated. So every heavy equipments or machinery, it requires energy. So that's the constructional energy. Then we are having the buildings. Right now, you consider this building, even in the daytime, we are having the electricity. That's for the light. Another thing, for the human comfort, you have to keep the temperature something around 25 to 27 degrees centigrade. So in country like India, where the temperature varies from 48 to minus few degrees, or up to, in Bhopal, you talk about 6 degrees to 42 or 43 degrees. And whereas you have to keep the temperature to the range of 25 to 27 degrees. So either you need additional cooling or additional heating. So that is again based on the energy, operational energy. Then comes the maintenance. If it is the material, it has to deteriorate. It will go under certain distress. So maintenance, again the maintenance involves certain energy. So maintenance energy. So you have the embodied energy, constructional energy, operational energy, maintenance energy. Then as a human being, the building or any structure has its life. As we have to die out, it has to die out. 75 to 100 years. Then while demolishing, again it requires equipment that is based on certain energy. So demolition energy. So total energy, now we are talking about the green buildings and so on. Are we going to take the material, choose the constructional methodologies, we are going to choose the operational methodology or maintenance, demolition, so on, that the net energy demand is 0. Then only we can say in urbanization we are not going to put any carbon footprint to the environment, but it is not. Theoretically, yes, people are proving that the net energy of life cycle of any building or project can be 0, but theoretically, is it possible? This we have to do it, because most of the energy which we are getting, that is derived from the fossil fuels, and that is leaving impact on the environment. So either you stop the constructional activities or you stop walking, stop going, all those things. That is not possible. That's not the permanent solution. It's a temporary solution. AQI is beyond 5, 7 days you don't go out of the house, like Corona. It is said that during Corona, the AQI has improved tremendously, in a tremendous way. But that's not, you cannot live like a prisoner. So what are the methodologies? These are the preventive measures like the allopathic medicines. You have some disease, we will try to suppress it or cure it. Is it being completely eliminated? That we have to think of. So some solutions were given in our Vedas, that you keep on regularly doing some yajna. So the materials which we are involving in it, they are purifying the air. That was the concept, the rishis they know it. So is with the case with the water. Now we talked about so many things of the purification of the water. If you go back to 100 or 150 years back, was there any purification plant? No. Normally we are having the wells or the ponds. Ponds are like sedimentation tank. But we were using either earthen material to procure it or some bucket or something made up of copper. And in our earlier days, every household, mostly they were using either the copper utensils, or those who were rich, they were using the silver, glass and silver plates to it. That acts as a disinfectant, or that is trying to purify the water. Now recently it is proved that if you use Mirinda citrifolia, जो हम लोग इसको क्या बोलते हैं यहाँ पे, सहजन या कुछ बोलते हैं, हाँ? Moringa, that is purifying the water. This concept, if you read, that was already available there. Now after 500 years or 1000 years, we are saying Moringa is the best that you can use even the sewage water, treat the sewage water. That was there. If you go to the Harappan civilization or the civilization of this, you talk about the Sindhu-Ghati Sabhyata, every household was having this one. 3-4 months I was at Kerala. If you go to Kerala, while you are going to dine something or eat something, they will give you hot water with some locally available material or herbs put in that. So I asked them, why you use this one? What is the basic purpose? And they are using since ancient times. The reason was that the human excreta or sewage, they were not having in ancient times some sewage treatment. Concept of the sewage treatment plant was not there. So they knew the herbs, because they knew that if the sewage and the water is percolating in the earth and they are taking the water from there, so there may be some contamination. So how to get it purified so that the people are disease free? So they took this herb, and that is their now lifestyle. Even today they have other ways, but they are using that house. So that was the ancient knowledge they were having. So that's how we were knowing how to keep the water purified. So we were preserving water, we were preserving air. So is the case with the sun. So these elements we knew, and in our Rig Veda there is a lot of talk about how to preserve these basic elements which is essential for our very existence on the earth. Coming to the other science, if you go, since I don't belong to this stream, I am a civil engineer, I can talk little bit about the environment and all those aspects. I have been to Thanjavur. I don't know how many of you have been there. There is a temple. The first sunlight falls on the Garbhagriha. That was the architecture, they knew it. There was no supercomputer available at that time, but they calculated precisely and they placed the orientation of the temple that the main Garbhagriha, the sunlight falls on the Shivaling. That is made up of a stone. They have taken it to the 180 feet height, and the weight of a single piece of stone was too much. There was no crane, no facilities. So if you see, they made a ramp. In fact, at that time, they knew the concept of rolling friction. Now we teach rolling friction in the class, but they knew the concept of rolling friction and they utilized it. They know at that time, the architect and civil engineers, they knew, since there was no concept of reinforcement, particularly the steel reinforcement, other reinforcement like straws they were using. That's how all the monuments. Have you ever thought that I am a structural engineer, while teaching I give this example? You take any temple, you take any mosque, you take any girjaghar, church, or anything, any religion you take, what is the shape of the main Garbhagriha? It's either spherical or conical. In Dravidian style, if you go to southern India, you will get the conical shape. In northern India, it's the spherical dome type of shape. Why it is there? Because if you study the 2D structural cell structures, you know that whether it is conical or spherical, if you give the shape, the tensile stresses is mitigated. So if there is no tensile stress in the structure, then what will happen? You don't require any reinforcing material. The stone was abandoned, readily available, you can use it. Now again, either you will find a trisul at the top, or some cross, or some flag, if you go to mosque or temple or church anywhere. Why it is so? Because they knew that the spherical, you can prove it mathematically, that a spherical dome. So you take in even the water tank, you keep at the top opening, that you said, okay, for the inspection or for the manhole, that's what you call it. But the engineering reason is that on a spherical dome, at the top, if you apply a small load, the stresses would be infinite. And for infinite stresses, you are not going to design anything. You can't design it. So we have to avoid any load at the top. How it can be avoided? They knew it. So put trisul, put flag, put cross. So nobody is going to climb on the trisul. So even though you are trying climb on the trisul, if this is the trisul, but the base would not be pointed, it would be on the load will be on circular ring or something else. So it will get distributed. That was the philosophy. Mathematically, you can prove it. So meaning thereby, they knew the things. Now this is the right time, while discussing all those things, we have to take our ancient knowledge and we have to correlate with the modern knowledge. So we have to integrate. This is wrong to say that everything was good at that time or everything is bad at this time. There was good and bad at that time also, good and bad at this time also. We need to correlate it. We talk about the now artificial intelligence there, the machine learning. in ancient days, if you go to the Vedic period, there was no concept of writing. Everything was through hearing, Shruti. Usko Shruti bolte the. The teachers, they used to speak, and the disciples, they used to listen and know everything. So this was the concept. And why they were able to reproduce it or memorize it? Because they were doing practicals at that time. What has been they were telling through stories or something else, that they were practicing it. अब हम क्या कर रहे हैं? In modern pedagogy, what we are saying? Earlier it was the student-centric learning. The individual needs of the teacher or the instructor knew the individual capability and needs of his/her disciple. And based on that, that person was being trained. Even you read in Mahabharata, Arjun was good in archery, so Dronadar gave him that. Bhim was good in Gada Yudh then. So the instructor or the guru knew it. Based on the individual capability of his/her disciple, that was being given. Of course, apart from the basic knowledge. And they used to practice. Then what happened? Again, we shifted from student-centric learning to the teacher-centric learning. In modern area, even today, what we are doing, mostly, what I know, I will go and teach that thing only. Whether it suits to you or not, that does not matter. But in modern pedagogy, again, we are talking that we have to shift to the student-centric learning, problem-based learning. That's what people are calling about the project-based learning or experiential learning. So again, we are going back to the old age. That's what I say, even I will summarize now. We do numerical methods. So we started from solving the differential equation, because any physical problem can be modeled. You take any physical problem that can be modeled mathematically, and that comes out to be as an algebraic equation or differential equation. Depending upon the nature of the problem, it will be linear algebraic equation, nonlinear algebraic equation, or ordinary differential equation, or partial differential equation, coupled or uncoupled. Any real life problem will fall in these categories only. And ultimately, what we do it? We try to solve those equations. If linear algebraic equation, we get the solution using the matrix algebra. Non-linear, till date we don't have the exact solution for the non-linear equations, we do the linearization. That's how the concept of life, that what our rishis has told. That think of the life in a simplest way. Swami Vivekananda said the same thing. Follow the basics, everything will follow you. So any non-linear problem, how we solve it? We follow that philosophy only. We try to attempt the problem in piecewise linearization. Differential equation, we try to convert it into algebraic equation. If it is nonlinear algebraic equation comes, then again we try to make it piecewise linearization. That's how we try to solve, whether it is real problem or mathematical problem. Then we went to the finite element method, finite difference, of course, finite element method, boundary element, all these things. Again, after finite element, what people started talking about? The mesh-free method. From the whole, we discretized into parts. We try to attempt to solve the parts, then try to do it. That's what you do in surveying. Surveying, you never do from part to whole. You go from whole to part. That's the concept of it. So again, from Rayleigh list, we converted to finite element. Again, mesh-free. Again, we are going back to the Rayleigh list method. So whole circle has taken place. That's how the science and technology is also evolving. So this is our take, that we should study those scriptures also, try to take the positive things from there. And if you study, you will find that they were very good material scientists, they were very good structural engineers, they were very good architects, They are very good environmentalists. So this is our time that we try to integrate the modern science and technology with the ancient science. Then only we can talk about the mitigating the effect of urbanization, because you can't stop urbanization. It has to take place. But as an engineer and technologist and architects or planners, we have to mitigate the effect of urbanization on the climate change so that the mother nature is preserved and our coming generation can live freely and happily on this earth. So thank you for giving me this opportunity. And
Thank you so much, sir, for taking time out and giving us insight on how we can blend the traditional wisdom and practices with current technology to deal with this issue of climate change and take appropriate climate action. Thank you so much, sir, for taking time. Now I request Director, sir, to present the certificate to Professor for giving it. Also, sir, this is from our project on climate action. So I would like to present a book on resilient socioeconomic
I will now thank Director Manor, Professor Karunesh Kumar Shukla, to be present here, and we were extremely delighted by the insightful speech that you gave us. We'll try to follow those things, we'll try to research in those directions. With this, we would move towards the next session, that is the assessment session for the participants. Thank you so much.
फिर हो गया?
गूगल फॉर्म के थ्रू है क्या? हाँ गूगल फॉर्म। तो देखिए जो ऑनलाइन करेगा उसके लिए 5 मिनट का टाइम मिलेगा ताकि चोरी करने के उसको यहाँ जो ऑन साइट है मतलब यहाँ चोरी करने का कम स्कोप होगा तो ऑनलाइन होगा।
ऑनलाइन जो होगा वैसे ही डिस्ट्रैक्टेड होगा।
दूसरे टाइम को
Then who wants to give the test?
है? देखना ना। अभी तो ठीक है मैं बस उनको बिठाऊंगा। Okay, everyone is ready? So now this is as part of the GIAN course. We also have to give a test. All the participants have to take this test to get the grade sheets and the certificate. So this is a kind of assessment of the lectures that has been conducted in the 5 days, the past 5 days, and all the questions are from the lectures that have been given. So it is a multi-criteria question, MCQ test, shared as a Google form, so that everyone, even the participants who are online, can take the test. And also we have offline participants. So both of them will be given 20 questions and the time given is 15 minutes. So within 15 minutes they have to answer, and we will let you know the assessment post lunch, and in the valedictory function they will be given the grade sheet as well as the certificates of the course which they have taken. So now we'll start. We'll share the link of Google Form to give the test.
Ma'am, please share the certificate.
So dear participant, the link has been shared. It is a Google form, MCQ type of test. So please watch the time. It is just 15 minutes. Thank you. After the test, ask Shadi to explain the rules. Shadi and Sharaj.
हाँ नमस्कार सर, ये ठीक है हम अभी चल रहा लाते हैं तो इनके साथ डायमंड का सोच रहे थे, तो इसमें एक फॉर्मेट है क्या सर अपनी वेबसाइट पे? हाँ इसका नंबर दीजिए सर। हाँ नंबर, हाँ वो रूम का हो गया, उसने बोला कि अच्छा मैं उससे उसके बाद में हाँ बता हाँ 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 वो रजनीश सर वाला जो मैंने फिजिक्स वाले का दिया था ना तो ये हाँ तो उसमें 12 में की 7 हाँ 12 में दे दो ना वो ज़्यादा अच्छा है और मैं बोल दूँ 12 में पहुँचेगी फिर वो हाँ तो किसी को गार्ड को बोलना हाँ वो कुछ है ना डॉक्यूमेंट
कोई अवसर नहीं मैनेज कर रहे हैं टाइम के 12:30 तक वो बंद कर देगा जस्ट बिकॉज आपका हो गया नहीं हुआ सारी क्रिटिसिज्म तुम्हें बचने का पता नहीं वैसे अगर जब तक आपका अटेम्प्ट नहीं होगा तब तक सबमिट नहीं होगा पर ये नहीं करना चाहिए क्वेश्चन नंबर और डोंट लिमिट दैट यू हैव टू आंसर इट I don't want a negative mark. There is no negative mark. But still, I don't want this. We come from a gate and this background. We are habituated to negative marking. नहीं मैंने किया था. So these are नहीं दिख रहे हैं. नहीं 15 टोटल रेस्पॉन्स हो जाएंगे
सबमिट नहीं होगा
सारी ओके सर सबमिट कर दीजिए हाँ 4 मिनट्स मुझे तो नहीं लगी पर ऑब्वियस तरीके से housing as a specialization. One of them, I was in IT. It is set is in Hyderabad. That is purely artificial. Because we have that is also towards Except is not certain. That's why it's private. We make a stipend. Yes. We make a stipend. We get, we do not pay a lot. Except is mainly, so it was built by and it's a very different kind of the way it processes. Because they also provide that you can go to America, and one of my seniors, they worked on something in Manhattan, I think. He is the peninsula region of Manhattan. They were developing with Japan. She worked on it. But the problem is, if you see sets to they're rich people. My parents cannot afford a big land. Yes. And the thing is, if you ask from Jeff, it's not a mandatory to get a good employer. Yes. Actually, said go and do the same job that the government job is more like it's not already architecture yeah, let's be very.
Yeah, it's like you need to have.
Yes, some on your otherwise. So with that, even self currently is managed by one of the father
सबके सामने questions are considered. Presentation और व्यवस्था उनके समझ में आता है। हाँ, ये बहुत सी चीजें तो क्या आप कर रहे हो? आपका आइडिया क्या है? रिसर्च
we can call it over here. Manually we can figure this out. And then we can say
offline वाले honest
So let them
She will announce the next session. अच्छा कितना अभी है तो कितना है हाँ निकल रहा है कि
जिसका अच्छा नंबर आया वो इजी अच्छा नंबर वाले को पीपीटी है बना है
जब भी सर फुल स्क्रीन पे होना तो अच्छे से एडिटिंग कर
No, so that is what activities actually changes. Like as per our request and response, it is an embedded so that doesn't. So start with the type of this agreement is that what we are actually what you are so that and that's
आपके पास पॉइंटर है चेक कर लीजिए माइक 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 इसका माइक का नीचे
Okay, so good afternoon everyone. I'm Saransha Mathur, Research Associate in Manet. So I'm here with your tutorial number 5, Simulation of Role Play of Stakeholders in Heat Mitigation. So I'll be providing you one case study, a hypothetical case study of Bhopal, wherein it is stated that the temperature in 2023 was recorded 49.5, and that too for subsequently 23 days. Okay, so it has created a lot of chaos. For example, the water levels goes down, and the upper lake dried up. Some other events like it creates problem to especially the vulnerable populations, the slum dwellers or the outdoor workers. So there are some challenges related to health impact, like there are the cases of heat strokes and cardiovascular issues among the population in Bhopal. Then urban heat island effect has created over there, and there is a huge energy demand due to increasing use of air conditioning, water scarcity, and some economic disruptions, like there is reduced in the productivity of the workers in the district, and there is a disruption or degradation in the ecosystem. So now we are there will be 5 stakeholders amongst you. The first one will be government, which comprises of the collectorate, the local municipal bodies, public health departments, etc., whose objective is to implement the comprehensive heat action plans and enforce the policies to combat it. The other stakeholder is industry, which comprises of several manufacturing units and basically the energy companies, both renewable and non-renewable, and their objective is to minimize the industrial heat contribution and reduction in heat energy consumption. The third stakeholder is interdisciplinary experts like architects, town planners, urban planners, geographers, civil engineers, and their objective is to redesign Bhopal to be a climate resilient using interdisciplinary insights for the district. The fourth stakeholders could be NGO and social scientists, which includes the climate advocacy groups and various NGOs or the welfare organization, community welfare organization, and their objective is to amplify the grassroots adaptation efforts and advocate these inclusive policies. And the last stakeholders were the citizens or the residents in the Bhopal, and their objective is to adopt these sustainable practices, contribute to urban climate resilience. I hope the entire case study is clear to all of you. Now, you have 2 tasks. First one is to give a individual plan, like individual stakeholder plan and suggestions, and the second task is to do the responsibility mapping. Okay, so it is RASI. R stands for responsibility, which means within the particular stakeholder segment, like within the industry, like within the government segment, you have to identify who is the person who is responsible to take the action, right? A is approval, authority from whom to seek the permission or approval before taking the action. So within that segment, who will be the approving authority to take that particular action. Then S is for support. So these are the persons provide assistance to the responsible team members for funds, basically for providing some other kind of facilities or the supporting staff or the persons. Then lastly, inform. So the person who must be informed that the decision or action has been taken. Okay. So whatever policies are decided or formulated or the action has been taken, to whom it should be informed. So this comprises of responsibility mapping. So I guess all of you have understood the task. If you have any doubt, you can ask.
So should we do individual?
No, we'll be forming some group here. If you have some voluntary preferences amongst the group, so we can divide, like we have 3, 4, 5 rows here. Okay. So those who want to be a part of government agency, please sit in the first row. Yeah. Okay. Second category is from industry. So I guess Deepak sir and Mr. Sahu, you can represent industry. Yeah, yeah. And third stakeholder is interdisciplinary experts. So we need geographers are there, some architect, geographer, 3 geographers, civil engineers, okay. So 4 people are from this group. Okay. Then we have NGO and social scientist. Sakshi आइए. We have 3 geographers. Okay. Vaishnavi, choose your group. Lastly, citizens. Okay, Abhishek volunteered to be citizen. Pranshu, citizen.
Just make the group and sit together.
Yeah.
Geographers can join in.
Geographers this side. Ma'am, your name? You can refer to the exact case study. You can read it once. And these are the 2 tasks. So Jyoti ma'am will be judging this activity. Okay. So what you need to do, you have been given participants, you will be given 30 minutes time. 30 minutes time is okay to discuss and formulate the policies. Right? 30-minute time will be given to all of you. Okay. 30 minutes are there for the discussion, and after that you will be presenting your ideas and suggestions and plans here, and then there will be a panel discussion over here, and then ma'am will be giving her feedback related to it. Okay, thank you.
हमें छाव चाहिए उससे क्या काइंड ऑफ हम लोग दोपहर में ये एक्सट्रीम हीट कंडीशन की बात करें के 15 दिन पे टेम्परेचर 45 तो क्या बेसिकली जब कोई proper electricity for the whole day.
January only we have seen. So meantime we can actually work so you can send me. I also go to office segment. There is some, what happens if you go to our ministry and so there because we will have some visa even resource persons also we can because we have to at institute.
Yes, so you just need to be because we are doing Sometimes we have some move, we just stand and we don't do anything.
Sometimes we don't, but we have used students who can it depends on the kind of interest and we have so many departments. There will be people who we faculty it's a
Small institute.
so it will be basically focused on research. Yeah, for civil engineering, it is
So the second level is not
but they choose the topic. First year they have papers. Second year they are given
but it has been to the other side for the electricity
computer science also. They can take students, so they have models and they require data. 2 or 3 weeks one of the faculty were working on this I had one course on that, it's my workshop one day we have the National Institute or National Institute of Psychology. near Delhi. That is an issue. We have a branch
for the forecast. We have machines and models which are better than our models. We are really good. That's why we need to.
One of the presentations they work on machine learning, but they require some kind of implementation.
डिमांड कौन देगा सबको? हाँ? We are the citizen. We can discuss our demand. The government body, please. Please. Responsibility. ये टॉप डाउन हो गया या डाउन टू टॉप? डाउन टू टॉप होना चाहिए ना. We need. What is our need? Top down.
So, does not mean that what we are going to get to the students. They are the one who should be
So win-win. It should be win-win. Students work, you win, or we win, the students can work on the
Monday.
How many groups are there? 5.
Four.
Effectively 4.
citizens है ना?
Architect
Citizen.
Demand रखेंगे.
डिमांड पूछने कोई आया नहीं था. Citizen का डिमांड चाहिए. We have to discuss.
Go ahead, sir. Please. Please. और फिर वापस
Okay, so I think all groups have now brainstormed what should be done as a mitigation measure and adaptation strategies, right? And ma'am is a judge, so one by one you can come as a group and present you, because it is already one. We'll hurry up and break for the lunch.
We can discuss now. We can discuss.
Yeah, so we have citizen group, second. Geographers. So geographers are industry and government. NGOs है. Industry नहीं है कोई? हाँ ठीक है. Okay. So industry is very important. So let me be the industry. Okay, I'll just give a perspective just for you all to understand the perspective that you. Okay, so citizens, what do you have in your mind in case of extreme events? Heat events. So now we will, we'll start with government agencies. So these government.
What we need, citizens.
First need
Bottom up.
what does care mean?
So
Yeah.
okay, so as a citizens, bottom up approach. And also inclusiveness, to have inclusiveness in our future development plans. Let us hear from citizens of the city. Okay, can you please come here? Yeah, one representation from each group.
So, as a citizens, we have divided it into two things. First, what we will try to implement at our own level, and second, what we need from the authorities. So, at own level, we will try to use protective measures like proper light clothing, sunscreen when going to outside activity. Second, at our residential level, we will try to use nets or green nets in slums or in housing, so that less solar flux is entering in our housing, and using less reflective materials in our housing, like mirrors in the facades of our housing, so that the outside is less, the less heat is captured in the outside in the canopy, urban canopy. The next, we will try to conserve and use water efficiently. As you have seen in the case study, the water, the infrastructure has been damaged and the water consumption has increased. So at our own level, we try to use water as efficiently as possible. We will try to use or install rainwater harvesting at our residential level. Use solar panels for our own electricity, as we have also, as it is also mentioned in the case study, that the grid, the electricity grid was compromised during the heat stroke. We will try to use less private vehicles, try to use walk to the nearby places, try carpooling or more rely on public transport. We will try to maintain green spaces at our homes only for better temperature ventilation, and we will try to at our community and neighborhood level to help who are most vulnerable and spread awareness. And from the authorities, we require that there must be a proper electricity supply and the maintenance of the infrastructure, so the grid is well maintained and ventilated. The water supply is also needed so that the infrastructure like pipes and pipeline and the treatment plant are well maintained, and the access is also provided to everyone. The shading of public areas by use of vegetation or any artificial means is also needed from the government. Efficient healthcare system and the access to the healthcare, easy access and affordable access is also needed in the dire condition. And we will also demand from the NGOs the water points of the house in the public spaces for the people who are working like post people or delivery people, so they can also access water when they are commuting to their work.
Okay. As a result, we can see that people have a lot of expectation from government and also from NGOs, right? So what people want, you have to address that requirement also. Whether are you able to fulfill the requirement? So the local people want water, they want, you said, electricity, yeah, and so that is another cost that will be added to government. So can you please reply? Next, who is coming?
The geography, research. Industry में कोई नहीं है तो.
No,
Interdisciplinary.
So okay, we can start with government. Come. I think academics will come later. Like what is?
Government. I believe presenting government. Government has many policies and action plans which industry, the other stakeholders, they have to adopt and implement, and also citizens, they have to adopt and implement. So for different sectors, we have prepared different plans. Like for health impact, to reducing the health impact of the urban heat, there is a policy that every housing society, they should provide at least 20% to 30% open space, which should be green space. It should not be concrete space.
So you are telling
Policy, government side.
policy.
Yeah, it will be policy.
You will make it.
Yeah.
Yes, you will make such.
Yeah,
How will you make this policy?
Such big.
Yeah, regulate.
It can be regulated. It can be implemented.
Government always
Commit.
But
Yeah.
how will it implement?
It will be integrated in building approval. Like if you are going for neighborhood, if you are going to approve,
Any approval.
yeah,
They don't have to.
yeah. If you are not providing such facilities,
Materials which they are
yeah. That's why I'm telling about super permeable paving should be there, and for electrification, more usage of the solar panels should be implemented. Most of the government building, commercial building, they should be mandatory that within next 2-3 years, they should install solar panels. For households, those within next 2-3 years, if they voluntarily adopt it, then they will be provided incentive of a 50% discount in the solar panel purchase. But if within next 5 years they are not installing, then 5,000 per year penalty will be imposed. So both incentive and penalty both will be there in the policy. Also for industry, there will be policy that industries, those who provide energy efficient infrastructure like water purifier or solar panels, they will be given more incentives and more contract of the government job will be, work will be given to them, those who are adopting the green labeling of their products. And so, and NGOs, those who will be come forward to support such initiatives, they will be given financial aids to promote awareness among the citizens. And there will be annual or monthly citizen meet where the citizens will be promoted. Those who have already adopted such, they will come together and they will showcase their work. Sorry. Health facility, we will have a research team. There will be a climate cell will be constituted at local level, and which will be responsible to coordinate with the academia. They will coordinate with the academia for research, and they will consult experts and they take their opinions, and this research and findings will be this finding will be provided to the health department and also as well as the government bodies, so that they can have measures which is causing the problem. Like if this is causing by the traffic pollutions, then government will promote adoption of the electrical vehicles or adoption of the CNG based vehicles. So that will be to and fro adoption. No,
Committing, then you have to allocate that budget for climate change. You have to
no,
allocate for research.
government don't is not deficient of the budget. I can give you the example of Delhi. Delhi earns so much amount that it can provide free electricity, free water, even though it has a surplus of the amount, because from the revenue from the sale and purchase of the flats, they earn so much that they can pay the salary of the government employee, they can provide free transport. If they provide everything free, even those, their budget will not go down. Urban local body have a huge revenue base, but they are not tapping. Like Delhi, they have implemented, they have built a housing society, they have, sometimes they sell out, sometimes they rent out. So there is a huge collection of the amounts. When they provide incentive to the industries, so
yes, I wanted to say that for the building in Belgium, one city now it's in the law.
Sorry?
In one city in Belgium, it's now in the law that every new government building with a flat roof, which has a certain surface, I don't remember the surface, should be green.
yeah, in Noida also they have implemented that all the commercial building and government building will have solar panels.
Yes.
They have made it compulsory. Without that, you will not get approval in Noida. Noida Development Authority, they have made it compulsory.
So in Bhopal you will do that?
Yeah, it should be adopted. Good. Yeah, in phased manner we can implement it.
But you will need support of research.
Yeah, it will be based on the academia, experts. There will be also NGO who can promote so that the citizen can adopt these climate resilient adaptations.
You said you will also fund, give assistance to NGOs.
NGOs, because they play a very good role, promote in the adoption of the energy efficient infrastructure and other things.
Please come.
मैम कम ही है एक्चुअली मुझे टीम का नाम नहीं पता
Yes, he is the speaker.
एवरीथिंग इज ऑनलाइन
So this is the team of
NGO, yeah. Hello, everyone. Myself, Dr. Deepak Tripathi, and this is my team. Please introduce yourself.
Vaishnavi Srivastava.
Fanendra Shahu.
Okay. So we have working as a NGO participants. Like the title about the heat. What is the title? Heat.
Climate change and urbanization.
Heat mitigation in urban areas. So there is a government organization, and we have just taken a flow of the mitigation of such type of heat stress and hazards in future. So there should be a government have some policies and plans. So in the state government like Madhya Pradesh, they have lots of heat policy plans, but they are not implementing as per the requirement of the community. So as the NGO, we have to just make it a two type of differentiation to implementing such type of plan, like short-term goals and the long-term goals. So what is the short-term goal and what is the long-term goal? We have bifurcated it. So about the short-term goal, we have spread awareness about the heat stroke, what is the symptoms of heat stroke, and how we cope up with the such type of heat stroke by the home remedy, just using the like ORS drink and plenty of drinking water, using plenty of drinking water, and what is the first aid when we are suffering from such type of heats, and what we do during the serious hospitalization in case of any serious issue occurs, so how we react that. And we have a colony and cluster wise designate some person who will continuously aware and monitor the activity due to the heat hospitalization and heat hazards. And the long term effect, we have the first important thing is the behavioral change. So we have just aware about the community to change their behavior about the climate, about the working pattern, and like the solar pattern, like in Bhopal, the what is the time? I think 11 to 2 is the high peak hours for the solar radiation. So we have to complete our work before that, and which work is going from the outside of the houses. And apart from that, we have to encourage the what is the home during Corona we are doing work from home. We can do work from home.
Hybrid system.
Hybrid system, yeah.
Hybrid system, so that the load on the
lower
workplace
exposure in the sun.
yes,
Sun, yeah.
it will reduce.
And as our citizen told that create a more surface space, you can explain that.
Okay. For the government, we would ask, we have given as a new construction where the FSI is being financially budgeted, and that is contributing to a different kind of a problem. Till 30 meters, we consider everything to be mid-rise, which is okay for Bhopal. But if we go and propagate this idea of high-rises, which is not a necessity in Bhopal but a class showcase, that will create a problem, because here we are buying the FSI. And if this continues, that will create a problem for the urban heat island itself. So that is for the government to understand what is the policy. While on the other hand, we can ask the citizen for awareness program about the material of construction that they can use in the private construction, while ask government for subsidies in that particular material that will help mitigate the entire thing, and ask the industry to make the material that is under construction to be economically viable. For the second thing, understanding the behavioral pattern of people. If we consider the citizen, we have to make them understand that owning and showcasing a private vehicle is as harmful as not taking a public transport. So the government and the citizen can come together in this, where the government will provide for the transportation planning and understanding in the long term of how to plan to make it more accessible, but the citizen will choose the public transport, just not making it more viable, but also a personal choice. This is for the long term. Yeah. Now we talk about the funding that might.
For NGOs awareness, we have applied for the UNFCCs, and in India they are doing a lots of work in the environmental awareness. That is a Center for Science and Environment, CSE, New Delhi. We can take fund from there. And the Ministry of Environment and Forest, World Bank, ADB, they are having a lots of fund about the community awareness and the environmental protections. So,
And we would like to end our discussion over here as an NGO by promoting a cooler planet and a brighter future. That's all. Thank you.
The monitoring, I did not hear the monitoring.
Yes,
Yes, the funds.
I mean the monitoring for the data.
Yeah, I told that we have designated one person to each community and cluster level. He will collect the all type of that data. So and we will collect it again. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so now on this, okay, so now I would like to call our geographers to suggest their plans.
Stakeholders, right?
Yeah, stakeholder, the third stakeholder.
So, good afternoon. In our role as a geographer and planner, we have tried to understand the gamut of the problems and try to draw the plan and bring out the responsibility mapping so that we can make our city, our Bhopal, climate resilient. So, as a geographer and special planner, our emphasis is on urban planning, which integrate spatial analysis, environmental considerations, and human environmental interactions. So, one by one, according to the problems, I would start with the challenge. What to do means planning, and suggest the responsibility mapping means whom would be responsible for these works. So first is the health impact. So our plan is to reduce the air pollution, noise pollution, water pollution, increase the public awareness about climate change related issues by promoting right diet, exercise, and regular checkups. Then we would like to suggest plan for the public parks, where they should be located and how they should be conserved. Then sanitation facilities should also be well managed in the entire city. For this, we have responsibility. We would like to suggest to BMC for the sanitation related activities, health department for the regular checkups in those areas which are vulnerable to disease, and education department can also do its work as a awareness creating agency, so that school children's and even higher education institutions can create awareness in their localities. So for health impact, all these plans and responsibilities can be done together. NGOs can also play a very important role in the awareness in the city. Second aspect is urban heat island effect. So for this, first thing is about the settlement, how the settlement can be sustainable settlements where less energy should be consumed, and we should use the green energy options in our settlements. For this, first thing is building material should be locally drawn, and that should be climatically resilient. Means this should be eco-friendly. So green infrastructure should be promoted surrounding the city, and roads, pavements should not be black, like charcoal roads are not good for the city. And we should promote e-vehicles, bicycles transportation, energy efficient settlement should be there, solar energy should be used. So all these things, and exterior should be whitewashed so that albedo can be increased. In this manner, urban heat island effect can be managed. Then third, for this, we again would like to suggest government all these plannings in the form of solar installed rooftops, so energy consumption can be reduced, and controlling the use of refrigeration and air conditionings, so that can be well managed. Third point is related to energy demand. For energy demand related aspect, we have a plan where e-buses, bicycles can be implemented, and wind and solar energy should be used as a source of energy. Promoting the use of LPGs, because there are large number of remote areas even attached to our Bhopal where people still use wood fuel, so they can be provided LPGs, and for all these electric vehicles, we should promote charging stations in the city so that people can comfortably use the e-vehicles. So that would fulfill the energy demand in the city. Then fourth problem is related to water scarcity. So in the plan section, we want to conserve the lakes. Bhopal is a lake city, so large number of lakes are already there. What we want to do is to plan for their conservation, for their protection, to stop the encroachment in the lake regions, and to provide efficient water supply mechanism, because sometimes we found the news of leakage of in water supply system. Then we want to plan for water harvesting and water recycling system, which should be installed in each and every household, and efficient sewage water treatment plant should be set up in different parts, and watershed management should also be promoted in the entire region. For this, we will use mapping and spatial analysis tools like remote sensing and GIS, by which we can monitor and suggest the further plans. For this, Bhopal Municipal Corporation is the appropriate authority which would take all the necessary actions related to water distribution and other infrastructure related to water management. Then fifth segment is related to economic disruption. The most important aspect which would deal with the climate resilient system in the city. So municipal climate budget is the appropriate initiative where separate allocations for the climate are there, and for this there should be allocation for green spaces maintenance, allocate for the procurement of e-buses, subsidizing purchase of e-vehicles by the cities so that e-vehicles can be promoted in the city, solar lights installation and wind energy. For all these initiatives, there is a lot of fund which would be provided by the climate budget, and we can get fund from the World Bank and other agencies for the construction of permanent infrastructure in the city. Then green bonds, like Indore has initiated green bonds for getting money for its various climate resilient infrastructure development. So we can get fund from that, and even center and state agencies, we can take help from those agencies for the financing of our projects. So sixth is related to ecosystem degradation. For ecosystem degradation, we have plan related to forest areas. For the conservation of forest areas, stopping the encroachment in those areas. Then habitat of the various species should also be protected, like our Bihar, so should be protected well. And encroachment should be stopped because it is being encroached by the developers and other private agencies. We should also have a plan for reducing air pollution and underground, making the electricity supply was underground, so that the birds, their death can be reduced. And for this, we would like to get help of Forest Department and BMC. They will do all these things. So all over this is our plan.
So thank you so much, geographers. You have provided us a very elaborate plan, wherein in the vulnerable section you have even included the animals and birds. So now I would like to call upon stage Dr. Jyoti Swaroop ma'am, who is the judge for this activity, to give her feedback.
So as we could hear about the whole concept and the task which was given, and out of which citizens group also have given their requirements, needs, and based on that the other groups could tell about their requirements, how it will be fit and what are their plans. So based on that, out of all the groups, the geographers could actually cover up all sorts of aspects and their planning and accordingly. So I just find that particular group is the out of that. They could, or others also have given their perspectives, but since they could cover all sorts of environmental aspect also, and the construction part and the other things also, so I would like to congratulate them, Bengal.
transformative 5-day on climate change and urbanization, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone who contributed to its success. A special thanks to Professor Rafiq Hamdi from Royal Meteorological Institute of Belgium for sharing his expertise and groundbreaking work. We are grateful to our Indian experts, Professor Subimal Ghosh, Dr. Divya Sharma, Dr. Vikas Punia, and Mr. Saranj Bajpai for their invaluable contribution in broadening the scope of discussion. My deepest recognition goes to our coordinators, Dr. Surbhi Mehrotra and Professor Jyoti Saroop, as well as our patrons, Dr. Nakul Dhagat, Dr. Mukul Kulshrestha, Dr. Satish Pal Singh Rajput, and Dr. Karunesh Kumar Shukla, for whose leadership and support have been instrumental in the success of this program. I must also commend the participants for their active engagement and stimulating questions. Your curiosity and analytical perspectives have led to profound discussions, making this course a highly enriching experience for everyone involved. It is your active participation that has significantly enhanced the learning outcomes of this program. With this, I would like to start the valedictory session. I would invite Dr. Acting HOD, Dr. Yogesh Kar, to please come up on the stage. I would call out the name of the participants. Please step up if you have come. Chandresh Yadav. Abhishek Rai Singhani. Rajat Kumar. Vedant Shukla. Dhirendra Kumar Dubey. Vaishnavi Srivastav.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Abhishek Rai Singhani, and I would like to thank all of the faculty and the organizers for conducting this workshop and GIAN. I think this 5 days workshop was a great success. We get to learn more about the climate change and its impact on the urbanization and the vice versa. We got to know about the new literature and the new studies which are being conducted, which usually are not covered in our academic syllabus. So to know more about and what the internationally and the nationally, with the expert lecture also we get to know about what kind of more implementations are being done, including citizen science with Subimal sir. In Divya MEMS, we get to know how the private sectors are being enabled to participate in the climate change, and Saran sir, how the consultancies are helping the executives and government bodies to tackle this climate change. So I think this was overall a great experience, and we hope we can carry forward this learning in our future endeavors. Thank you.
Anyone from the institute?
Good afternoon. So the course was somewhere has addressed its topic very brilliantly, and the expert has given us a very good insight on international practices, models, and various studies which are ongoing at the international level on climate change and urbanization. And discussions was very knowledgeable, and we try to open our multidimensional understanding on climate change and urbanization. And because I am from humanities background, so the entire discussion was very useful for me, because I could understand the various technological and scientific advancement in the field. So it was a very good course, and it took 5 days, so it was in-depth study. So the course was very useful for me and for all of us. Thank you. Thank you very much.
With this, we would conclude the ceremony. Thank you all for joining us. Thank you. Oh, I would request Dr. Survi Mehrotra to please deliver her vote of thanks.
So in just 2 words, I will give the vote of thanks. So first of all, Ministry of Education for funding this course to us. Then IIT Hyderabad, because the guidelines that they have shared with us to conduct the course was very clear, and we could actually formulate the course very properly, organized, with having 14 lectures, 10 tutorials. So they have specified how many hours, how many lectures and tutorials need to be taken. Along with that, we could also manage to have a practical session on the ground. So that I'm sure the participant must have learned a lot on the field, how to collect the observation and how does it helps us to take the climate action. Lastly, I would like to thank MANET for giving us the infrastructure and opportunity to conduct this course, Department of Architecture and Planning for again providing the infrastructure and all support and guidance, HOD sir for encouragement and support throughout the course, also Department of Civil Engineering who has also supported in all ways to conduct the course. Lastly, my coordinators, faculty members and all the participants who have given time to for the smooth conduction of the whole course. last but not the least, all the student coordinators who were along with me planning and managing the course before the course, and of course now we would also have to work towards other parts of the course conduction. So thank you everyone, thank you each and one present here, and also there are many participants who have joined online, and because this course has been webcasted, so I am sure it will have wide access, and it will be always there for reference. So thank you so much, our foreign faculty, international expert, Professor Rafiq Hamdi, for coming over from Belgium, Royal Meteorological Institute. So it was such an honor to have such an expert who has worked so much in this field, and our participants could gain the insights, the process, and the modeling experience that we were lacking till now. So I'm truly indebted to Professor Hamdi for coming over and giving such an useful, valuable insights to all participants. Thank you. Thank you so much.
With this, we'll conclude the session. Thank you. I had this